Good morning and welcome to Ontario Speedway in Ontario, Oregon with the American Sprint Boat Racing Association. I'm Paul White, your live stream producer. We're going to be getting underway here shortly. I hope that the stream looks good where you are. We are running with limited internet capabilities here at Ontario. We're using Starlink internet and it is not a predictable speed, so you may see the quality fluctuating greatly throughout the day, but we've changed the settings so it doesn't drop frames completely. So that's the trade-off here. Hopefully next race or next year we will have better internet here. But thank you for joining us here at Ontario Speedway with American Sprint Boat Racing, and we're going to be getting underway shortly. And we do have the audio muted because they're playing music. Test, test, test.
check. 1, 2, 1, 2.
Okay, folks, we're going to still be getting underway in a little bit here. Probably running a little bit behind schedule. It's a new track for ASBR, and everybody's working out the kinks still. So just stand by. We haven't forgotten about you. Things will be getting underway shortly here at Ontario Speedway with American Sprint Boat Racing.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. Welcome to Ontario Speedway here in beautiful Ontario, Oregon for this season's second race of the STIHL American Sprint Boat Racing Series. Thank you so much for joining us this morning. Hope you've got some water with you and keep yourself cool today. We're expecting temperatures in the high 90s for both races this weekend, so going to have a lot of hot action for you in the water, and it's going to be hot out there for you too. So stay cool throughout the weekend. Feel free to check out some of our great vendors around the track while you're getting comfortable. Just ironing out the last couple of things in the pits, crossing a couple of T's, dotting a couple of I's, and we're going to get our first round of qualifiers underway here shortly. The way that this race will work today is our racers are racing the clock. So you see this track here. This track is got a bunch of little islands around it. If you've never seen a sprint boat race before, what happens is these folks are given a rotation. Each track in the racing series has 3 rotations each season. The racers do not know ahead of time what rotation they are supposed to run. They only learn that shortly before the race. They are not allowed to go practice on the water until right now at these qualifying rounds. So what they'll do, they'll be out here the night before, the racer and their navigator, or the driver and their navigator, and they'll look over this track, they'll eyeball it, and when it's time to go, they'll take these routes as long as they make their rotation correctly without any errors. That's what's called a clean run. So it's all about making a clean run and getting the best time. So you'll see there's a couple of timing boards around the track. That is the rough estimate of what our drivers and navigators pull when they run these rounds. When we get that verified by our official spotter, those times are put down. Our racers are all trying to qualify for the top 8 in their class for our elimination rounds tomorrow. We're going to have 3 classes racing today, and starting things off is going to be our modified class shortly, and then we're going to be racing our 400 class, followed by our unlimited class. And we're going to take a few minutes before we get started today. We'd like to honor both great countries that are racing here today, and also speaking of that, it's not just the United States and Canada that race here. Sprint boat racing actually started in New Zealand about 50 years ago. It's made its way over to the States, and we're so happy you're here with us this morning to help grow this sport. But we'd like to go ahead and honor our country first with the singing of the national anthem. We're going to do the Canadian national anthem as well as the American national anthem. So please, if you would stand, remove your hats for the playing of the Canadian national anthem.
Oh, Canada, our home and
And we'll follow that with the playing of the United States Star Spangled Banner. Ladies and gentlemen, and again, thank you for being with us this morning. So you'll also notice, looking around the islands this morning, the volunteers you see in the green outfits, those are what we call our island hoppers. These are trained professionals that watch these boats from start to finish. They're all placed into places throughout the track where they get a 360-degree view. So should any of these boats run into an issue, these guys are on it. So keep an eye on them. They're a really interesting crew to watch, and it's pretty amazing how fast they respond. And then also, we've got our Jeep crews. Our Jeep crews get these boats in and out of the water for us, so you'll see them trekking in and out of the boat launch all day long. Over at the tent in the corner that's got the orange ASBRacing.com sign on it, that's where our official spotter is. So that's where the official timing comes from. Because these boats are so fast, a lot of these races are decided by a couple thousandths of a second. So some pretty quick stuff you'll see. And you'll notice the timing will go faster and faster throughout the races. Again, these folks have not raced on this track yet. This will be their first time on the track in this rotation when they take to the water. So you'll notice the qualifying rounds, sometimes, there's some different philosophies of how our racers and navigators like to take the qualifying rounds. Some people like to check out the course, just make sure, I want to do a clean run and safely make it around. And other people say, hey, I want to open it up and let's see how fast I can get going right out of the gate. So different personalities, different racing styles. You'll notice that our first set of drivers and navigators are going to be in what's called our modified class. We'll see 9 boats come out there. We're going to be running 4 qualifying rounds today. So we're going to do a couple of qualifying rounds before we take a little lunch break, and then we'll do a couple of qualifying rounds this afternoon. In the categories, the top finishers in each category will go ahead and make it into our elimination rounds tomorrow. So lots of good racing ahead as our Jeeps and trucks make their way over to the boat launch to get these boats in the water, and we're going to get rolling here in just a moment. So while we're putting the finishing touches on our start this morning, if you're hungry, feel free to check out the vendors around the track. And also there's some cool swag around from our race teams that they have set up. So feel free to go and check out that and support your favorite race teams. And we also want to send out a big thank you to STIHL for sponsoring the American Sprint Boat Racing Series this season. Thank you, STIHL. Without you, this would not be possible. A couple other special sponsors that we want to thank today. The Ontario Speedway, our title sponsor, welcomes race fans, powered by STIHL. Ontario Speedway wants to thank STIHL for our amazing lawnmower and lawn equipment that help make this track ready for our 2023 racing season. STIHL has joined the American Sprint Boat Racing Association to help bring this amazing motorized sport to communities like Ontario, Oregon. Join us in thanking STIHL by going to your local STIHL dealer and purchase their quality products. Also, Western States Cat, Fruitland, and Equipment Rental. Ontario Speedway was in need of heavy equipment this spring to improve the track and the berm area. Western States Cat, Fruitland was there in a huge way. We want to thank the team for all of their help, and without them, this track would not have been installed for 2023. Thank Western States Cat by renting your next equipment job from the Fruitland location. Thanks, Western States Cat. Also, we'd like to recognize the Ontario Chamber of Commerce and the Visitors and Convention Board that helped make this 2023 event possible. With their support, you're looking at grass on the track. Notice this beautiful green grass, not exactly what you would expect in this hot 95-degree weather that we've had lately. So thank you so much for helping us make this track green and pretty for our fans and driving and racing teams today. Simplot Growing Solutions, in conjunction with the Visitors and Convention Board, we worked with Ty Applegate and Simplot Grower Solutions, who brought our seed supply together for this entire venue. Let's give a shout out to Ty for all of his work and the kind support from Simplot Growing Solutions. A&D Hydroseed. Dave at A&D Hydroseed sprayed over 8 acres of ground to get our seed to sprout in a very challenging environment. Thanks to Dave and his Hydroseed technology, you're looking at a green track. And then there was the mowing. We want to thank Doug, the hardest working guy around. Ontario Speedway owes him a huge debt for all that he has done over the last few weeks. Thank you, Doug. So that's just a few of our sponsors and assistants that help make this event possible today. We'll have more of those on the way with you throughout the morning. And again, feel free to, as we just about get started here, to check out some good food that we've got around and our vendors as well. We look forward to getting our second race of 2023 underway shortly. All right, just doing our final checks. Looks like we're ready to get the boats in the water. Kicking things off momentarily is going to be the Poor Decisions boat. It's boat number 145. Our driver is Jason Perkins. Jason is from Cheney, Washington. Navigator is Dylan Bells. Jason's a heavy equipment operator, and Dylan is a college student at WSU Sport Management, and his major is Sport Management. Couple of career highlights for this boat that's going to be coming out. Jason's a two-time Web Slew first place finisher in 2022, rookie winner, and his other racing experience is in dirt bikes. He also, again, owns an excavation company, Perkins Construction. So this is going to be boat 145 coming out here in just a moment as you hear them revving up. Sponsors for this boat are Nutrien, Spangle Saloon, West Plains Animal Hospital, Snap-on, and of course, Perkins Construction. And you'll hear some familiar brand names on some of the engines for these boats today. For example, Jason's boat here. This is a 360 cubic inch Chevy small block that he'll be running, and we're going to get to check that out here in just a second. right, the Poor Decisions boat makes it to the start. The green flag is up. And our race is underway. The reason being a DNF, so a wrong turn was taken there early on, checking out the track for the first time. But they'll have 3 more chances to qualify. Again, just starting things off. So this is just that first rough draft run around the track. So coming up next, we have our newest race team. This is Slippery Pickle in the 611 boat. Jesse Denton, your driver, and Ryan Bennett, your navigator. This boat's been in just a couple of races so far. They just purchased this boat last year. I had a chance to catch up with Jesse last night. He's really excited to be here, hometown of Wilder, Idaho. So his first race was at this track last year, just his second career race as they make their way towards the starting line. His sponsors are Wishy Washy Laundromats, The Dog Spa, and Wild Lotus Coffee. So again, this is Slippery Pickle Racing, boat 611. The green flag is up. And he's off. So a quick little look at how these boats can re-correct themselves, as that one gave you a little hop, skip, and jump across an island there. Unfortunately, it's another DNF as one of their turns was missed, but a good job of correcting and keeping that boat solid for the next qualifier. You'll notice, again, first qualifier of the day is where we're going to see kind of the kinks being ironed out on these boats. coming out shortly is going to be the 509B boat. That's Bad Idea. We say 509B because they are going to be running that boat with a couple of different sets of driver and navigator. So when you hear like a 509B and 509A, that is what we're talking about. The green flag is up for Bad Idea's 509B. And here they go. This is Levi Lathrop behind the wheel. Micah Reeves is his navigator. Micah, this is Micah's first time in a boat, and being the navigator, Levi put a lot of faith in Micah to help keep him on the right track this morning. So we'll have another DNF there. The reason turn was missed there as well. So again, we're ironing out some kinks. And again, this is also such a new track. Most of our racers haven't raced on this track before, so checking this out for the first time. Our next boat in the water is going to be Juggernaut Racing's 86 boat, piloted by Jason Christ, his navigator Sam Christ. They are out of Burley, Idaho. Some career highlights. Juggernaut Racing's 86 boat took first at Ontario last year, first at Webb Slough back in June, and first at Extreme Sports Park just a few weeks ago in July. So a very good season so far for Juggernaut Racing. Their sponsors are Redox Bionutrients, Action Sports Canopies, Jeff Halstead Photography, Tatted Tactical, and IAFF Local 3308. So Juggernaut now in the water, and they're making their way towards the starting line. And they're off. We saw them slow down a little bit there. Another DNF, so they noticed a DNF there. So early on, This new track providing a challenge for our race teams. And when you put yourself in the seats of these drivers and navigators, imagine it like when you're driving on the highway, driving in a pickup or an SUV compared to a small sports car. Just that different line of sight, that different height that you have. Well, these folks are only a couple feet above this water line, and you see these islands go a little bit up as well, so they aren't seeing these turns until they are right there. So these are split-second decisions that they have to make. And these islands, especially in the corners of the track there, you can see these islands have some pretty small channels that these drivers and navigators are trying to wiggle their way through. So again, a bit of a learning curve this morning for a lot of our drivers, as our next boat, the Fear Not Boat 623, makes its way to the green flag, and they're off. This is Clint Burks piloting our boat, and Terry Liddell, the navigator. And another DNF. So far that's 5 boats in and 5 DNFs. Not uncommon. It had a similar situation in Port Angeles a couple of weeks ago. I believe it was the first 4 boats out had DNFs before things started rolling. So it's, again, getting started, warming things up. You'll notice a lot of these racing teams, they'll be keeping an eye as their cohorts make their way around the track as well, seeing where those trouble spots are so they can try to avoid them when it's their turn on the water. Next out is Full Tilt Racing 03A boat. And the green flag is up, and there they go. This is Full Tilt Racing, Selden Glebe driving. His navigator, Scarlett Taylor. They were second and third high points champions in Ontario, Oregon for 2022. Hoping to have a solid start at this track in 2023. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is this morning's first run. We'll have an official time for you in just a moment. The clock showing just about 63.5 seconds. And that's verified at 63.598, 63.598 for Full Tilt's 03A boat. Next out is going to be the number 55 boat. This is Checkmate Racing. Checkmate Racing making their way out. And here they go. This is Frank and Kelly Topmark. Frank the driver, Kelly the navigator. So far, a solid run out of the gates. And we have another clean run. .131 your time there, 54.131. So that the best time of the morning so far. It's well under a minute for Checkmate Racing. The 509A boat in the water now. This is Bad Idea's other racing team. Other navigator and driver, that is. As they make their way to the starting line, the green flag is up. And they're off. So a little trouble for the team early on, but they're still working on getting that clean run, getting that boat up and running again. And it's going to be a DNF. Next in the water is going to be the 03B built boat. This is Full Tilt Racing. Working on getting into the water right now. As they work on getting their boat in the water, they're being put on what's called the clock. What that is they've got a timer, a countdown timer of 5 minutes to get their boat in the water and get running. If they aren't able to get it within 5 minutes, instead of getting a did not finish further on, they would instead get a did not start. So they would not be able to put up a qualifying time for this first round of qualifiers. But again, still plenty of time left on the clock as they work on getting that boat in the water and getting rolling. So while they're working on get that boat in the water, we want to do a quick shout out to Pelican Fueling. Our thanks to Pelican Fueling Incorporated and Dan Hatch for supporting the 2023 Ontario Speedway ASBR Round 2 and Round 4. It is with sponsors like Dan that make this possible. We can't thank Pelican Fueling enough for helping to make these events happen. By the way, Dan is also a racer, so let's give him a huge shout out when he tears up the track. Thank you, Dan. All right, looks like Full Tilt is up and running as they make their way off of the trailer into the water, and they'll make their way up to our flagger to get going to wrap up the first round of qualifying here in the modified class. And they're making their way to the starting line. Flagger looking on, raises the flag. And here they go. That one is going to be a DNF. So Full Tilt to wrap up the first round of qualifiers. They'll have 3 more chances. In their first run, they are running with their driver navigator switched. They were able to run that qualifier of the 63 and change, but a DNF when they switched their driver and navigator spots right there. And we're going to move on to the 400 class here in just a moment. Here's the 285 boat, Rogers Racing. And they're off. And Rogers Racing starts off the 400 class with a clean run. 55.852, 55.852. So Rogers Racing with a strong start in the 400 class, running at just under 56 seconds there. Our other 400 class boats making their way into the pit and getting themselves in the water. And ladies and gentlemen, we know that it is going to be a hot one today, and that sun is beating down and it's windy. Please, if you have a canopy or umbrella that you're setting up, please be respectful of impeding other people's viewing of the race. So, again, if you're setting up a canopy or umbrella, please feel free to do so, but without impeding the views of our other race fans as well. Thank you. It looks like we've got our next 4 boats ready to go in the water as they get organized to come out. Next to the 400 class, this boat is Bank Shot. Bank Shot, the number 10 boat, a driver and navigator team of Healy and Osta as they make their way out to the starting line. And the green flag is up. And here they go. Driver for Bank Shot, Daryl Healy, and his navigator, Michael, or better known, he goes by Andy Ostrom. Bank Shot's got a 25-year history of racing, many tracks and many wins. Daryl will see what he can do with Andy at his side here in Ontario this morning. And that's going to be a clean run. And a solid run of 61.365, 61.365. Scheduled to make their way into the water next is boat 156. This is Bad Influence, driven by the Churches, Stephen and Randy Church. Stephen, your driver, Randy, your navigator. and they come to us from Cheshire, Oregon. Currently on the clock as they work on getting that boat in the water. Folks, located in Caldwell, Idaho, Western Fence and Landscape Supply, this team came in big and helped provide Ontario Speedway with a 7-foot-tall, 2,300 linear feet of chain link for the new track. They came through helping provide one of the most important safety features needed in this sport. We want to recognize the team and give them a huge thanks for their support, because without them, we would not be able to run these world-class fast boats. Please support our fantastic sponsors. For any landscaping and fencing projects, call the team at Western Fence and Landscape Supply and tell them that you heard about them at the race. So we're going to go ahead and jump to the Rogers Racing boat, boat number 27, as Bad Influence works on getting their boat in the water. 27 making their way to the starting line. The green flag is up, and here they go. And that's going to be a clean run for the Rogers Racing boat. And that's going to be our best time of the day so far, 51.197, 51.197. A very solid run from the Rogers Racing crew. Bad Influence still on the clock. Got about 2 minutes left to get that boat in the water. And they're ready to go. So able to beat that clock as they make their way into the water, and they'll be making their run next. And this is our 156 boat making their way to the starting line. The green flag is up. And here they go. Again, this team is from Cheshire, Oregon. Looks like a DNF early on. So hot out of the gate, but a DNF, they'll have 3 more chances to qualify. We're going to have Jolly Roger Racing in the water next. This is going to be boat 360, the crew of Farmer and Farmer. Our driver, Chris Farmer, Jennifer Farmer is navigator, and they're off. This is Chris's first year as a driver. The sponsors for this Jolly Rogers boat, Aquaholic Fishing in Cordova, Alaska. And the first-year driver has himself a clean run. .884 your official time there, 65.884, as we saw them make their way to the finish line plenty before that clock actually did come to a stop, so that's why you notice the difference from what we saw on the clock that was being displayed compared to the actual time. Our official spotter, our official timer, of course, makes sure that these times are right down to the millisecond when these boats start and finish. So a solid time of 65.884 for the Jolly Roger boat. We're going to have another Jolly Roger racing boat coming out next. This is going to be boat 146A with the driver navigator combo of Springer and Davis. And they idle up to the starting line. The green flag is up, and here they go. With a DNF there in the first qualifier. Next, we've got Live Wire Racing making their way over to the starting line. And they're off. father-son team, Live Wire Racing. Matt Denson, your driver. Vaughn Trapp, the navigator. Son driving, dad navigating. They're out of Port Angeles, Washington, with sponsors Track Contracting Services, Cornwall Tools, Evans Automotive, Doghouse Powder Coating, Maxwell Silver Hammer Construction, Sheila Trap Photography, and Gotta Have This. And that's going to be a clean run. 79.555, 79.555 for the Port Angeles father-son duo of Live Wire Racing. Next out, our Canadian racing team, Fat Buddy Racing. This is boat number 22. The driving navigating team of Miller and Thomason making their way out to the starting line. The green flag is up, and here they go. And that's going to be a DNF. So with just a few boats left in the 400 class first round of qualifiers, your best time so far is a 51.197. That was ran by Preventing Insanity, boat number 27, the boat piloted by Leighton Lilly. Again, Preventing Insanity with the best time so far in the 400 class at 51.197. We've got our 146B boat coming out next. Jolly Roger Racing. And here they go. 146B boat, a DNF. So out of 10 boats so far in the race in the 400 class this morning in the qualifiers, we're at 5 and 5 between boats that did finish and did not finish to start this round. So again, some early challenges as our racing teams navigate their new track. Here's Psycho Racing, boat 151. Making their way to the starting line. The green flag is up. And here they go. Once again, we see in a short delay of game as the wind picks up, one of our helper jet skis finds its way out into the water and starts making its way towards some boats. So can't be having that, so they're going to pull that jet ski out of the way, and we'll get back to racing here in just a second. Scheduled out next is the Hooligans team, boat 711. Jesse Hart, your driver. Michelle Heindel, your navigator, coming from Boise, Idaho. So making the trek about an hour away to cross the border and do some racing here in Ontario this morning. They run a 412 Chevy engine and getting ready to rev up that Chevy engine as the green flag goes down, and they're off. And the hooligans will ride that Chevy engine to a clean run. 63.582, the official time for the Boise team. 63.582. Meanwhile, the next boat scheduled up, Fat Buddy Racing, working on getting their way into the water, and the number 9 boat, they find themselves on the 5-minute clock, so counting down for the team of Miller and Miller to get in with just a couple boats remaining here in the 400 class. So Fat Buddy's up and running. Looks like they're just working on getting that boat off the trailer. This is the husband-wife duo of Jesse and Kaylin. Again, Fat Buddy Racing, our racing friends from up north in Canada. We are so happy to have them down here in Ontario with us today. So making their way from one place that has an Ontario to a completely different Ontario here in Oregon. The green flag is up, and they're off. Fat Buddy Racing, well known for going hot out of the gate, and unfortunately this time it's going to be a DNF with a turn missed early on there, but they'll be back out there for qualifier rounds 2 here shortly. Our next boat out is boat number 42. This is Straight Sideways, making their way to the starting line. And here we go. Straight Sideways, driven by Dan Hatch, his navigator Wendy Wright. They're out of Pasco, Washington. They also run a Chevy engine, a 406 small block. Dan is the owner-operator at Pelican Fueling. He catches a little bit of an island there, but corrects himself. Unfortunately, though, it's still going to be a DNF. run the rest of the course, check it out for next time. Also, cool down the crowd a little bit with a splash there. And that's going to wrap up the first qualifying round for the 400 class. So next up, we're going to have our unlimiteds, and these boats can really open it up. We're going to have boat number 96, Stars and Stripes, out to start things off here in just one moment. Race fans, with Columbia distributing in our event, you'll enjoy their great brands, Coors, Modelo, and White Claw. Our race fans are important, and we want to thank Columbia Distributing for offering up a wonderful alcohol beverage lineup. Enjoy, race fans. As Stars and Stripes makes their way into the water, this is the driver navigator lure of Robert and Stewart. That's going to be a first round DNF to start things off here in the unlimiteds. Next out is going to be the 39M boat. This is another Jolly Rogers boat. Eric Werner, your driver. Keith Brownsberger, your navigator. Their sponsors are JRE and Gateway Trailers as they make their way off of their trailer and into the water. Eric is an airline pilot from Wrangell, Alaska, and navigator Keith from Spirit Lake, Idaho is a heavy equipment operator. As they make their way into the water. Idling towards the starting line. The green flag is up. And there they go. That's going to be a clean run. 50.211, 50.211 for the solid time there. Our first qualifier in the unlimited class. The Jolly Roger team of boat 39. Eric and Keith looking to build some memories in that boat here today, as they've listed in their driver's career highlights, TBA. So will today be the day that they take home their first checkered flag? We'll find out. Bootlegger Racing making their way out to the starting line now. This is boat number 33, a driver and navigator combo of Gallagher and Reynolds. The green flag is up as they make their way towards it, and they're off. And a DNF early on to start the first round of qualifiers for the Bootleggers. Making their way out for their first round of qual. This is boat number 10, Wicked Racing. Wicked Racing, the driver navigator team of Dan Morrison and Sammy Gustafson. And they're off. Dan is a 6-time Unlimited National Champion, and Sammy is a first-year navigator who loves to race. Dan put up some really solid times in Port Angeles a couple of weeks ago, making it into the 4 cut, but unable to go home with a checkered flag. He'll see what he can do today here in Ontario. And it's going to be a DNF for Wicked Racing to start off their first round of qualifiers. So scheduled out next is Livewire to run their unlimited boat. This is a 02M boat. On this one, the father-son duo will be flip-flopping between driver and navigator. Vaughn will be the driver in the unlimited class with Matt, his navigator. Vaughn has spent 5 years driving in the 400 class. This will be his first race in the unlimited class. So excited to get that 02M boat in the water and test it out for the first time here in Ontario. And the Port Angeles team makes their way to the green flag. And here they go. back through the starting line and up onto the beach through the fence there. As our island hoppers run over to check on the O2M boat, making sure everybody's okay.
Well, folks, that was a very unusual crash. That is a bad thing when you go back down through the start channel. And I believe it means disqualification.
So they were trying to
we'll let the announcer tell you what's going to happen.
The line there, instead, unable to make the turn and cruising right back through the starting line and finding themselves up on the beach in the pit area. Some conversations with race control going on down in the pits after the DNF there, as we'll be back underway shortly. All right, so the official call coming down. According to the American Sprint Boat Racing Association rules, should you DNF by finding your way back through the starting line, that will disqualify you for the day. So the official call from the race controller is going to be the 02M boat will be disqualified in the unlimited class for the remainder of the day. One of those rules you don't see too often, but it's there. So when it does happen, it's unfortunate, but a disqualification. The reasoning behind a rule like that is primarily based on safety. Safety, the number one priority for ASBR. So speaking of safety and going to our start and finish lines in the correct order, fans, this is a one-way traffic event. Our traffic, race fans, flows into the venue from Golf Course Road. To exit, you're going to drive to the north side of the venue and depart at the Pepsi signs that say exit at the gate. So later on this afternoon, when we wrap things up, don't find yourselves disqualified by going the wrong way at this one-way traffic event. Again, into the venue from Golf Course Road, exit to the venue to the north side of the venue, depart at the Pepsi signs that say exit at the gate. You'll follow a dirt road out to the 4th Avenue and turn right and head back to the highway. This helps keep our event from having traffic jams on the narrow Golf Course Road. We'll give you another reminder about that towards the end of the day. Just felt like with what we just had happen in the water, it was fitting to let you know how you should be driving in and out of the venue out of the water. So again, that was the first attempt at the unlimited class for the 02M live wire boat. They'll be back out there in the future, just unfortunately disqualified today. We'll have our next unlimited class racers underway in just a moment. We've got a few left before we wrap up the first round. We want to shout out a quick thank you. Ontario Speedway wants to thank all of the people who helped along the way to get this facility built and set up for race weekend. Wade and Tristan are two heroes we want to recognize. Patricia at the front gate, along with the 4-H volunteers. ASBR team members also made this event possible, and there are many more to thank, and we want everyone to know how much Ontario Speedway appreciates their help. Fans, while we've got a moment, could we get a quick round of applause for all the folks that were able to help put this event on this morning? Thank you so much. All right, looks like the race controller has given the okay for the boats to start warming up again. When we get back underway, it's going to be boat number 35, the Kiwis, Chris Monroe, your driver, and Brent Scamell, the navigator. We'll have them out shortly here. Giving the okay to the Kiwis, so they're making their way into the water, heading towards the starting line. And the green flag is up as we look to get back underway. And here they go. So a tricky corner causing some issues early on, as we've got just 2 boats left here in the first round of qualifiers. And ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, we certainly appreciate your patronage here today and the desire to get a good look at these boats, but please, if you could stay off the fence line as a safety precaution, please give yourself some space between the fence and yourself, as we saw what happened just a few moments ago when we had our boat find its way into the pits and go through a fence back in the pits. We certainly wouldn't want that to happen on the track and come too close to you. So certainly appreciate you wanting to get a good look, but please keep a safe distance from the fence. Thank you so much. Our next boat, boat number 36, Bad Habit Racing. The driver navigator team of Rap and Rap, Scott Rapp, your driver out of Linwood. The sponsors for this boat, Andor Painting, Rev Op Energy, Tacoma Hydraulics, Grey Wolf Garage, and Jet Speed Ltd. And here they go. This boat, owned by Stephen Church and Scott Rapp, designed in New Zealand, the home of sprint boat racing, by Eric Bryant, who is also here with us today. And this boat, proudly made in the USA, built in Eugene, Oregon, and Mukilteo, Washington. And that's going to be a DNF. So just one boat left here in the Unlimited class, boat 99M, TNT Racing, piloted by Tim Cummings. And he is off. And a DNF to wrap up the first round of qualifiers here in the Unlimited class. So as that wraps up our first round of qualifiers, we saw certainly early on some struggles with the islands and making those turns. Our racers will try to learn from that first round and come out with some more clean runs here in round 2. We're gonna go back to the modifieds here shortly as our modified boats make their way back into the water. taking a look at our schedule for today. So after our first couple rounds of qualifiers, we're going to have a lunchtime followed by Zorba ball racing resuming probably within, we're going to have about an hour window for lunch here after the second round of qualifiers. And then there's going to be an after party tonight where you can meet the racers up close and personal. Also food and beverages and more Zorba ball fun. And as you can probably see when you drove in this morning, a stage that was being set up. We're going to have some live music for you after the races today as well. So it's not just the races to be here for. Lots of good stuff coming up this evening here in Ontario. And here's Poor Decisions out to kick off round 2 of the qualifiers, boat 145. And here they go. So no poor decisions that time. It is a clean run. $58.491 for poor decisions. So after DNFing in the first round of qualifiers, no poor decisions made that time as the 145 boat gets their first clean run of the day. Slippery Pickle in the water next, and they're going to make their way to the starting line. And Slippery Pickle off and running. Again for Jesse, this is just his second career race, looking to make a clean run here. Off to a good start here in the second round of qualifiers. And the Slippery Pickle slip slides their way into a clean run. So their first clean run of the day. 61.849, 61.849 for Slippery Pickle. Two clean runs to start off the second round of qualifiers. Again, that's kind of how things will go in sprint boat racing. What other kind of sport you have where you're told, hey, you're not allowed to practice until we get things underway. So you'll see those DNFs early on, and things get ironed out more and more and faster as the day goes on. And we'll continue to see these racers cut time off their speeds and complete these clean runs throughout the day. Bad Idea, revving things up down in the pits. They had a DNF as well. Again, remember when we first started things this morning, we had 5 boats start the day with DNFs before we had a clean run. So certainly off to a better start in the modified class here in qualifier round 2. Bad Idea, driven by Levi Lathrop and navigated by Micah Reeves. Micah's first time in a boat. Career highlights for this team, getting in it and starting up for the first time yesterday after navigating for 3 years. So an exciting time for the Bad Idea team. They're sponsored by Six String Circus, Magnum Marine, Sagbrain, and Lathrop Aviation. And the green flag is up. And here they go. And another clean run, so a very solid start to the second round of qualifiers. And how about this for an official time? 53.233, 53.233, as these racers continue to just get better and better here in qualifying round 2. Again, that was Bad Idea, boat 509B with a very solid time of 53.233. Juggernaut Racing making their way to the starting line. And here they go. Juggernaut again was super solid in Port Angeles just a couple weeks ago. They took home the checkered flag in their class, trying to follow that up with back-to-back wins this weekend. And that's another clean run. And the official time for Juggernaut on that, 50.264. 50.264. So a nice job rounding the channels there, but unfortunately a wrong turn taken, resulting DNF on that one for Fear Not Racing 623 boat. So that's 2 DNFs for them so far on the morning. Also an update to our earlier time. It was a clean run a couple runs ago for Bad Idea, the 509B boat. However, the timer, the stopwatch got a little stuck, so it had to be verified with our other watches. The official time on that one was actually a 57.644. So Bad Idea's run a moment ago adjusted to 57.644. Still a very solid run here in qualifying round 2. Here's Full Tilt Racing. Had the first run of the first round of qualifiers at 63.5. Seeing if they can beat that here. And Full Tilt Racing with a clean run. So Selden Glebe and Scarlett Taylor with a clean run of the day. 59.048, 59.048. They're able to trim over 3.5 seconds off their previous time in qualifier round 1. So zipping things along here in our second round of qualifiers in the modified class. Just 3 boats left. Checkmate is scheduled to come out next. That's boat 55. Checkmate ran a 54.131 in the first round. That was the best time in the first round of qualifiers for the unlimited class. Well, let's see what they have in store for us here in round 2 as they make their way into the water shortly. Checkmate driven by Frank Toffmark, Kelly, his navigator. They're out of Castle Rock, Washington. Their sponsors, Mom and Dad and Self. Keeping themselves cool as you see their boat coming off their trailer under a canopy to keep the boat and the drivers cool. As we're expecting the sun to keep beating all day here in Ontario. And please, race fans, keep yourselves cool. Help yourself to our vendors for a cool beverage, whether an adult beverage or a non-adult beverage. Water, soda, cold drinks here, cold drinks, they got it all. In boat 55 of the clean run, a very solid run by Checkmate Racing as you take a look at the board up there. We'll see if that time is verified, but so far looking very solid. And that's correct, 49.955, 49.955, a great run by Checkmate Boat 55. And fans, as you look to the right-hand side of the announcer booth and boards over here, you can see some cool blow-up castles in the background there. We got an awesome kids area set up, so feel free to check it out. Lots of fun for the kiddos if they need to stretch their legs a little bit, feel like doing a little bouncing. And then behind us, we have our vendors as well. So lots of good vendors for you to check out too as we creep towards the lunch hour. Here comes Bad Idea creeping out for their second round of qualifiers. The green flag is up. And here they go. On the clock for the Bad Idea races. 60.750, a clean run for Bad Idea. We've got O3B Full Tilt Racing coming out next as they get ready down in the boat launch. They had a DNF in the first round, hoping to wrap up things in the modified class here with a clean run to wrap up the second round of qualifiers. That's going to be a DNF. Started solid, missed a turn there towards the end, so a DNF for full tilt. That's going to wrap things up in qualifier round 2. So for the modifieds in qualifier round 2 there, the top time was once again Checkmate Racing, boat 55. 49.955 was the best time in qualifier round 2. A very solid round in the modified class for Checkmate. They've got the times to beat so far for their last round before lunchtime. Next, we're going to have the 400 class making their way out for their second round of qualifiers. Boat 285 is going to kick things off here in qualifier round 2 for the 400s. Pure Insanity, boat 285. They ran a 55.852 in qualifier round 1. We'll see what they have to kick things off here in round 2. A boat you definitely can't miss when they come towards the starting line with that bright orange color. You'll see them coming off here in just a moment. Idling up to the starting line. And Pure Insanity guns it. And that's another clean run for boat 285. 48.416, 48.146 as we see these boats continue to shave time off. Excuse me, 48.416. 48.416. We've got the number 12 boat coming out now. This is Bank Shot as they make their way into the water. Bank Shot driven by Daryl Healy and Andy Ostrom, his navigator. Sponsored by Go for Broke Trapping, Alta Contractors, Mac Tools. And here they go. That's going to be a clean run. .482 the official time for Bank Shot. They've got 2 clean runs on the day, so a solid showing to kick things off in Ontario. The 156 boat, Bad Influence, coming out now. With a DNF in the first round, they're going to look for a clean run here in qualifier round 2. As we see these driver navigator teams really starting to get this track down with each qualifying round that they go out. They idle their way up to our flagger. The green flag is up. And here they go. And Stephen and Randy Church ride themselves to a clean run. 51.164, 51.164. So that's going to be the first clean run of the day for the Bad Influence boat, 156. Preventing Insanity is going to be coming out next in the 27 boat. They ran the best time of the 400 class in round 1. Let's see what they have in store for round 2. Green flag is up, and here they go. And another clean run. 46.948, 46.948. Preventing Insanity, shaving about 5 seconds off their time from round 1. So an awesome run in qualifying round 2 for the Preventing Insanity team of Lilly and Holzer. Jolly Rogers boat 360 getting ready to come out next. This is Chris and Jennifer Farmer out of Arlington, Washington. Chris is a first-year driver, sponsored by Aquaholic Fishing out of Cordova, Alaska. The first-year driver had a clean run in qualifying round 1. He ran a 65.884. Seeing if he can trim some time off there here in qualifying round 2. came out of the gate strong. Had a real good speed on that one as he was trying to shave some time off that 65 and change he ran in round 1. Unfortunately, takes the DNF here in round 2, but still 2 more qualifiers to go today, so 2 more chances to improve that time for Jolly Roger Racing's 360 boat. We're going to have another Jolly Roger coming out next. This is the 146A boat. They had a DNF in round 1, so they're looking for their first clean run. As the Jolly Rogers boats swap spots, and 146A makes its way into the water. And the green flag is up, and Jolly Rogers is off and running. Driven by Nicole Brown with navigator Dawn Davis. Nicole, a bartender out of Port Angeles. Dawn's home is Dawn works in retail. And that's going to be a clean run. So certainly not discouraged by a DNF in qualifier round 1 as the 146A boat runs a very solid 53.460 here in qualifier round 2 in the 400 class for the Jolly Roger X custom boat. We've got Live Wire Racing coming out next. Again, remember, they had been disqualified from Unlimited class due to the DNF that it had happened earlier where they went through the starting line, but still in the running here in the Unlimiteds for their Unlimited boat. This is boat 02 for Live Wire Racing. Matt Denson driving in the 400 class in the boat today with Von Trapp, his father, as the navigator. They ran about 79.5 qualifier round 1 time. See if they can beat it here in round 2. That's going to be a DNF for Live Wire Racing in round 2 here. Still with a clean run in the first qualifier, though, so still in good shape. Just looking to improve on those times in the second half of the day. We're just about the halfway point of the 400 class here. Taking a look at the numbers so far. The 400 class, Preventing Insanity, ran a 46.948. That's the best time in the 400 class so far today. So that is the top qualifying time that our race teams are looking at in this class at the moment. Fat Buddy Racing's number 9 boat making their way into the water now. As Fat Buddy makes its way to the starting line, the 22 boat, the Miller and Thomason duo. They had to get out in the first round, but here they go. Clean run. And that's those solid run times the Canadians are known. The Fat Buddy Racing, boat number 22 of 47.414, 47.414. And as these boats speed up, fans, we want to remind you that as these boats go faster and faster, they create more inertia. So please, we know you want to get a great view, but please give yourself a little bit of distance from that fence because these boats have been known to catch some air, and we'd hate to have one come straight at you if you're a little too close. So please enjoy the view, but give yourself a little space between the fence just as a safety precaution for these racing machines. $146B in the water now, Jolly Roger Racing. Result in a DNF here in qualifier round 2. Psycho Racing into the water next. This is boat 151. Making their way to the starting line after a DNF in the first round. They're going to see what they can do to qualify here in round 2. The green flag is up. And Psycho Racing off and running. So loss of engine power there as our Island Hoppers make their way towards the 151 boat. And and as our island hoppers make contact with the boat, that's going to be a DNF. So sounded almost like something may have got caught up there in the bottom of the boat, resulting in the loss of power as it turns to a DNF. So our island hoppers are going to get a chance to cool down as they'll give Psycho Racing a little push to help them out of the water. Looks like they're calling in for the ski-doo, so looking in for a little jet ski backup to help pull the boat out. So our jet ski reinforcements will make their way out. Another one of the behind-the-scenes features that you don't usually see from the crowd, but one of the stop gaps that ASBR has in place for situations like this when a boat loses power and we need a little bit more manpower to get it out of the water. We're thankful to have these jet skis available to help us out. So they'll get Psycho Racing out of the water and we'll get back underway here in just a moment. Just 3 boats left in the 400 class after this. So taking a look at the track today, Ontario Speedway was in need of heavy equipment this spring to improve the track and the berm area. Western States Cat Fruitland was there in a huge way. We want to thank them and the team for all their help, and without them this track would not have been able to be installed for 2023. So thank you again, Western States Cat, and thank Western States Cat by renting your next equipment job from the Fruitland location. Ontario Speedway also wants to welcome race fans to the 2023 American Sprint Boat Racing Series powered by STIHL. STIHL provided the amazing lawnmower and lawn equipment that helped make this track ready for the 2023 racing season. STIHL has joined the American Sprint Boat Racing Association to help bring this amazing motorized sport to communities like Ontario, Oregon. Please join us in thanking STIHL by going to your local STIHL dealer and purchase their quality products. Also, we want to thank TNT Graphics.
I want to give a special thanks to those of you joining us at home and online Facebook and YouTube.
As well.
Hello to Terry Cummings. I understand you're watching at home as well. Tim's standing down here next to me. So you'll notice this stream kind of comes and goes with the quality. We are limited to Starlink internet here at the current time here at the track, so that would be the reason why you are seeing the quality that is not quite the same as it was 2 weeks ago in Port Angeles. We do have better internet there, so just wanted to get that out, and thank you guys for joining us today, and hope you're enjoying the live stream from Ontario Speedway in Ontario, Oregon.
So it takes a whole lot of folks to help put an event on like this. And it looks like we've got the OK from our island hoppers. The track has been declared safe to resume racing as we hear our engines start to fire back up as we get back into the 400 class. Next up, we're going to see boat 711. This is the Hooligans. They ran a 63.582 in qualifier round 1. This is our Boise team, Jesse Hart, your driver, Michelle Heindel, the navigator. Looking to shave a little time off here in qualifier round 2. And they'll idle their way up to the starting line. The green flag is up. And we're back underway. looks like they catch a little bit of the island, but able to stay alive. And boat 7-11 with a clean run. Official time 67.527, 67.527 for the Hooligans. Jesse and Kaylin Miller due out next in the number 9 Fat Buddy boat. A DNF in qualifier round 1. Looking to qualify here in round 2 with a clean run. And the Fat Buddies are ready. The green flag is up. And they're off. Going to be a clean run. Our graphic showing 54.604. And that's verified, 54.604, the official time for Jesse Miller and Kaylin Miller of Fat Buddy Racing. Our last boat in the 400 class finds themselves on the clock as they look to get in the water. This is the 42 boat straight sideways. A DNF in qualifier round 2, hoping to get rolling here quickly and run a clean run in qualifier round 2. Straight sideways, driver Dan Hatch, navigator Wendy Wright. They're out of Pasco, Washington. Dan, we talked about earlier, the owner-operator of Pelican Fueling. And Wendy is the principal of Edwin Markham. And they make their way up to the starting line, looking for that clean run. Green flag is up, and here they go. be a clean run. $61.853, 61.853 to wrap up the 400 class. So straight sideways after DNFing in the first round of qualifiers, gets a clean run to wrap things up in the 400s. Next up, we're going to wrap up our first half of qualifying with our unlimited class, as we'll have the Stars and Stripes boat 96 out here shortly to kick things off. Stars and Stripes is piloted by Burt Roberts. Navigator is Luke Stewart. Burt's from Star, Idaho. Luke's from Power, Montana. And we've got a Jolly Roger boat making their way into the water. This is 39M Jolly Rogers Racing. Eric Werner, your driver. Keith Brownsberger, the navigator. They ran a 50.21 in round one of qualifiers. We'll see what they can do here in round two. Their boat sponsored by JRE and Gateway Trailers. They make their way to the starting line. The green flag is up, and here they go. Another clean run. 47.249, 47.249. They shave about 3 seconds off their time from the first round of qualifiers. So again, these racers just keep getting faster and faster as the day goes on. We got Bootleggers coming out next. Bootleggers DNF'd in the first round, looking for their first clean run of the day. Ron Gallagher, the driver for Bootleggers Boat 33. Josh Reynolds, his navigator. They're sponsored by Northwest Mechanical Contractors out of Olympia, Washington, and Rocket Speed Marine out of Harrison, Idaho. And the 33 boat is ready, and they're off. And the Bootleggers, their first clean run of the day. Official time on the board, 68.942, 68.942. And as Bootleggers makes their way back up to the boat launch, meanwhile, the Wicked Boat 10 is currently on the clock. They had a DNF in their first round and hoping to get up and running here in the second round of qualifiers, looking for their first clean run of the day. And they're in the water as the Wicked Racing boat makes their way to the starting line. Dan Morrison, the driver out of Port Angeles, also out of Port Angeles, his navigator, Sammy. They're sponsored by STIHL, Pelican Fuel, Ed's Automotive and Machine, Doghouse Powder Coating, Alderson Auto Body, SK Tool, and Pen Print. And the number 10 boat approaches the starting line. The green flag goes and he is off. Wicked Racing with the clean run. And giving the fans a little cool down there. 46.326, 46.326 for Wicked Racing. And that is the best time of the day in the unlimited class. Got our Kiwis coming out next. This is boat 35, Chris Monroe and Brent Scamell. They're looking for their first clean run of the day. And they're out. And that is a clean run. 44.427, 44.427. So just after the Wicked Boat takes the best time so far in the unlimited class, Kiwis come in and decide to shave about 2 seconds off of that one. So a very solid run for the 35 boat. Just 2 boats left to go here in the unlimited class. Bad Habit due up next, the 36 boat, also with a DNF in round 1. Hoping to go into the lunch break with a clean run here. They approach the green flag as it is up, and they're off. Bad Habit sponsored by Ardov Printing, Revmov Energy, Tacoma Hydraulics, Greywold Garage, and Jet Speed LTD. Jet Speed LTD, the owner, Scott Rapp, is the driver of this boat. So the rap duo hoping to break that bad habit of DNFs in the third and fourth rounds of qualifiers coming up after lunch. TNT Racing is going to make their way into the water as our last boat in the unlimited class before lunch. They had a DNF as well. So the Cummins-Kurtz duo of TNT Racing making their way to the green flag. And here they go. This is going to be our last boat before lunch. We'll see what they have for us here. Looking to run their first clean run of the day. So perhaps some sort of technical difficulty as seemed to be okay coming out of the start, but then turning and heading towards the finish line. So we'll find out more about what's going on with the TNT Racing boat when we come back. So in our second round of qualifiers, some very, very fast times in the unlimited class, highlighted by the Kiwis. They've got the time to beat today of 44.427. So fans, that's the early look at our racing for today. Our first two rounds of qualifiers, kind of the warm-up rounds, you could say, for our race teams. So again, check out all of our...
Okay, folks, he's going to play music, so the audio will be muted. Okay, folks, we are on our lunch break here at Ontario Speedway in Ontario, Oregon. I'm your live stream producer for American Sprint Boat Racing, Paul White, and we're going to be getting underway again in about 40 minutes or so after this lunch break. Give everybody a chance to get a cold beverage. It is warm here in Ontario, and you're missing out if you're not here. Wanted to let you know the audio is muted because they are playing copyrighted music over the track speakers, so we can't get a strike on YouTube or Facebook, and so we got to do this, unfortunately. But we'll be right back with you before you know it. Test, test, test. Test, test. We're trying to get the audio levels here. I realize now, thanks to Bud, when I talked it was way too loud, but I think that's much better now. Sorry about that, folks.
break. We've got some really warm drivers and navigators out on the course that want to get a little break too, so we're going to just do a quick introduction for you real quick. First off, we're going to talk about the modified class with you. So we want to introduce boat 145, poor decisions. Poor decisions. We've got Perkins and Bellis with poor decisions. Please excuse my handwriting. I might do some just last names with my chicken scratches. Boat 611, Slippery Pickle. That's our driver Denton and navigator Bennett. The 509B boat, Bad Idea, Levi Lathrop and Micah Reeves. The 86 boat, Juggernaut, Jason Christ and Sam Christ. Our Fear Not boat, 623, Clint Birch and Terry Lavelle. Full Tilt Racing's Selden Gleb and Scarlett Taylor. We've got the Checkmate boat 55, driven and navigated by the Toffmarks. And the Bad Idea boat 509A, driven and navigated by the Lathrops. We also have Full Tilt boat 03B, driven by Scarlett Taylor, navigated by Selden Glebe. And moving into our 400 class, we've got Pelican Racing's driver Hatch and navigator Wright. Pure Insanity's boat 285 with Rogers and Keats. Helion Ostum in boat 12, that's Bankshot. Church and Church in Bad Influence, that's boat 156. Preventing Insanity's Leighton Lilly and Cody Holzer. Jolly Rogers, Chris Farmer and Jennifer Farmer. Also with the Jolly Roger 146A boat, driven by Springer and navigated by Davis. We've got Livewire Racing, the father-son duo of Vaughn Trapp and Matt Denson. Fat Buddy Racing is Phil Miller and Amy Thomason. Our 146B boat is Jolly Rogers, Brown and Davis. 151's Psycho Racing's Patrick and Weaver. We've got Hurt and Heindel and Hooligans, boat 711. Jesse and Kaylin Miller with Fat Buddy Racing, boat number 9. And Straight Sideways, boat 42 with Hatch and Wright. And in our unlimited class, we've got the Stars and Stripes boat with Burt Roberts and Luke Stewart. Eric Werner and Keith Brownsberger and Jolly Roger, boat 39M. Ron Gallagher and Josh Reynolds and Bootleggers boat 33. Dan Morrison and Sam Gustafson in Wicked's boat 10. Chris Monroe and Brent Scamell with the Kiwis boat 35. Bad Habits, Scott Rapp and Alex Ariano in boat 36. And Tim Cummins and Mike Kurtzy for TNT Racing's boat number 99M. And then just to fix things for myself with Fear Not, I think I said Terry's last name wrong again. I saw him shoot me a look. Terry Lovell, not Lovell. All right, enjoy your lunch break, guys. We'll get back to rolling here in just a few minutes.
So if you're watching on YouTube, please subscribe to our YouTube channel. And there goes our camera again. Oh, man. Sorry about that, folks. We're going to have to get to the bottom of that.
Hope you've had a nice restful break, got to cool down a little bit. Racing staff, if we can start making our way back to our positions, we're going to start working on getting things back underway here shortly. We'll be getting qualifier 3 of the modified class started up in just a bit here.
All right, we are done with music. Hopefully we'll be okay to turn this thing up.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, you can hear those boats starting to rev up. We're going to get the modifieds rolling here in just a minute for qualifier round 3. Right now, our racing staff's just getting all back on our channels, getting everything lined up. We'll have qualifier round 3 underway here in just a second. So please, if you haven't already, start making your way back to your seats. Grab yourself that cold beverage for this second round of qualifier, or third round of qualifiers, and we'll get the ball rolling here in just a moment. Also, a little special raffle I want to tell you about. The Miko & Co. booth. They've got a Cordova cooler raffle. Miko, they're a new local clothing brand, so check out their booth and support your local businesses and enter their raffle. They've got t-shirts, sweatshirts, kids extra small through large, and adults small through 2XL. Their motto, Miko, little mischief, one that is caring, strong, stubborn, and wild. Show us your Miko, post and tag us to be featured at MikoNCO.com. You can also check them out on Instagram at Miko_N_Co or on Facebook at Miko & Co. Also, fans, we have a special anniversary in the house that we want to recognize before we get our third qualifier underway. Happy 28th anniversary, Heidi and Richard. Happy 28th anniversary, Heidi and Richard. Thank you for joining us today. Once more, drivers, please get those boats down to the boat launch ASAP. These fans want to see some racing. It is hot out. All right, you hear those engines revving up. It is time to get underway with the modified class, qualifying round 3. We're going to have poor decisions headed out to the water, boat 145. They had a clean run in qualifier round 2. See how they start 3, and they're up. A DNF to start off the third round of qualifiers. Next out, we're going to have Slippery Pickle, boat 611. They had their first clean run of the day last time out, running a 61.849. The green flag is up. And here he goes. And Slippery Pickle with another clean run. And the official time on that last run, 61.014. The official time coming down from our timer at 61.014. And here comes Bad Idea for their third round. 57.463. The official time on that one, 57.463 from the Bad Idea boat. Juggernaut Racing on their way out next, boat 86. They're coming off a 50.264. As they make their way up to the starting line, the green flag is up. And here they go. And Juggernaut continues their strong showing. That official time, 48.622. Boat 623 in the water now. This is Fear Not Racing. They're looking for their first clean run of the day. Clint Birch and Terry Lovell. Racing's going to have one more chance to make a clean run. So again, 3 DNFs for Fear Not, so they're going to have it on the line for them in the 4th round of qualifiers, looking to make it to the elimination rounds tomorrow. Full Tilt Racing in the water now. Selden Glebe and Scarlett Taylor, boat 03A. Selden Glebe, your driver. Scarlett Taylor, your navigator. They had their best one of the day, and they're trying to make it better. Coming off a 59.048. Off to another strong start here in the 3rd round of qualifiers. to see exactly what happened with that boat that it ended up going back through the start. Some reviews going on by our officials down in the pits.
It's a very rare thing to see a disqualification in a racing season, and to see 2 in one day, they need to mark that.
Before we get back underway.
Definitely better to keep people from coming down the start channel. That's just very unsafe.
Looks like with this being the second boat that's ended up going back through the starting line, maybe some vision issues coming around some of those corners with this particular rotation. So I see our island hoppers putting some cones out there to kind of lend a helping hand to our drivers and navigators. 55 Checkmate is making their way out now. They shaved 5 seconds off their time in qualifier round 2. They have had the best time so far for the modifieds. They ran a 49.955. That is going to be a clean run for Checkmate. A clean run. Official time on that one, just a smidge quicker than what our clock had showed, 52.034. So after running a 40 or 54 and change their first time and a 49 and change their second time, they split the difference with a 52.034 here in qualifier round 3. A really solid showing by Checkmate so far with 3 clean runs on the day. Now we've got the 509A boat, Bad Idea, coming out. They DNF'd early on, but were able to correct things in the second round of qualifiers. Ran their clean run in qualifier round 2 in just over a minute. Seeing if they can beat their old time of 60.750. The green flag is up. And here they go. previous time, going with just under a minute now at 59.311. Fans, while we have a moment, we want to recognize our sponsors again. Parties working together to bring Ontario Speedway grass. That was the Ontario Chamber of Commerce and the Visitors and Convention Board. They helped make this 2023 event possible. And Simplot Grower Solutions, in conjunction with the Visitors and Convention Board, we worked with Ty Applegate and Simplot Grower Solutions, who brought our seed supply together for this entire venue. So once again, we want to give them a shout out, and a shout out to Ty for all of his work and the kind support from Simplot Grower Solutions. Thank you so much for helping us put on this event this weekend. And Columbia Distributing is here today to help you cool down. With Columbia Distributing at our event, you can enjoy great brands such as Coors, Modelo, and White Claw. Our race fans are important, and we want to thank Columbia Distributing for offering a wonderful alcohol beverage lineup. Enjoy, race fans. Also, when it comes to getting the word out about your event, there's Canyon Outdoor Media. If you need great digital billboards with awesome locations, call Ray at Canyon Outdoor Media. This sponsor stepped up and helped Ontario Speedway get the word out by doubling our digital billboard count. We have heard from many race fans that they loved our billboard campaign. Life is too short to stay home, that's for sure, and we want to thank Canyon Outdoor Media for helping us get the word out. All right, here comes O3B, Full Tilt Racing. In the O3B lineup, it's Scarlett Taylor driving and Selden Glee navigating. And here they go. Two DNFs so far on the day with this combo. They're looking to change their fortunes to start off the third round of qualifiers. There they go. They did it. That's their first clean run. And 58.296, the word coming down from our official timer, 58.296. Full Tilt Racing with a clean run to wrap things up in round 3 of the modified class. So Pure Insanity, ready to go down on the boat launch. This is boat 285. They've had a couple of solid runs today. And here they go. Oh! And that's going to be 285's first DNF of the day. You know, they had 2 clean runs so far, and their previous clean run was a 48.416, so it looks like they wanted to give our fans a nice close-up of their boat there. So a good look at the 285 boat. Actually, you know what? We've got some flames going on in the back of that boat there. As our island hoppers are on it, helping literally put out some fires. Our driver and navigator hopping out of the boat. Looks like everybody's okay. And calling for the jet ski reinforcements, looks like. They were able to tame that fire pretty quick, so that's good. Hopefully not too much damage done to the 285 boat, and they'll be able to get back in the water for qualifier round 4. Again, they have had 2 clean runs already today. Right there, just coming out of that corner a little too hot, caught the island and kept on going. And fans, that was an example there of why we need you to keep that safe distance from the fence. And thank you so much for doing that for us today. Because you see, that happened just in that middle island. They went across the whole island, back through the channel, and up onto the land there. So if something like that happens along the edge of the track, and a boat's coming out at that speed, we have these reinforced fences here for safety, but still, for your own safety, we just ask that you keep a safe distance from that fence so you don't get too good of a look at these boats. And ladies and gentlemen, a hand for our island hoppers. Thank you so much for helping out. These guys are out here working hard all day, keeping our racers and fans safe. Thank you, guys. All right, so now that we've got our 285 boat back safe and sound into the boat launch, we're going to get up and rolling again here. Taking a look down in the boat launch here, checking out who's coming up next for us in this 3rd round. All right, folks, the boat coming out now is boat number 44, Pelican Racing. They weren't able to start in the first 2 qualifiers, but we're happy to see them here in qualifier round 3. The green flag is up, and here they don't go. Seeing if they can get things restarted here. Oh, here they go, here they go. So again, it was a struggle to get their boat going in the first 2 rounds to take a DNS. This time, still seeing there's some issues going on with the boat. Has had some trouble coming right out of the start there, and then a few issues midway through the track resulting in a DNF. However, they still will have one more chance in qualifier round 4 to make it into tomorrow's elimination rounds. Bank Shot scheduled to come out next. That's the 12 boat. They're on the clock right now, though. That 5-minute clock to get themselves in the water. They have 2 clean runs so far. Hoping to get in there to make it 3 for 3. After our qualifiers today, we're going to have our finals rounds tomorrow. There's going to be an 8 cut with the top 8 place finishers in each of the classes. That'll trim down to a 4 cut, and then that will trim down into a 1-on-1 in each class for the checkered flag. So these guys trying to put their best qualifying times on today to make that 8 cut tomorrow morning. And fans, after our racing finishes up this afternoon, be sure to stay for our after party. We're thinking that's probably going to get rolling around 6-ish, where you can meet racers up close and personal. We're going to have food and beverages, a kids' carnival, and more Zorba Ball fun. And then we've also got that concert coming up as well, so lots of cool stuff to look forward to this evening. And then, of course, the finals tomorrow morning right here in Ontario. And we also want to give a racer acknowledgement, and an acknowledgement for a particular race team, Fear Not, who came to the Treasure Valley and helped promote the Ontario Speedway and the 2023 race series. Clint Birch gave a lot of his time and money, along with his son Seth, to make appearances for an entire week in the Greater Treasure Valley. His efforts directly drove awareness. Ontario Speedway wants to recognize him for his contribution to the sport, and for any of you race fans who also have businesses, we need your sponsorship help for our races. Please contact the American Sprint Boat Racing Association and help us support our races with your advertising and sponsorship dollars. Gas prices are hitting all of us hard, and we appreciate any support you can send to our racer teams. Thank you, Clint. So boat 156 is going to come out now with Bank Shot still on the clock. Bank Shot's got just under 2 minutes to get their boat ready to roll. So Bad Influence is going to go ahead and take their shot in the third qualifiers here. They had a very solid run before lunch at 51.164. Church putting up some solid numbers in the 400 class with that clean run. Official time in at 49.319. That's their best run of the day. Looks like boat 27 making their way towards the starting line now. This is Preventing Insanity. Late Lily and Cody Holzer. And here's the pit. They ran just under 47 seconds. Seeing what they can do here in round 3. And look at that those turns. And that is a clean run, and what a clean run at that. Look at that time, folks. So the official time on that one, just 46.713 seconds. Boat 360 in the water now. This is Chris and Jennifer Farmer. Jolly Roger Racing. Rolling up to the starting line. The green flag is up. And here they go. Time was a 65.884. That was in the first round of qualifying, and it's going to be a DNF. It looked like they were on pace to beat their first run time, but unfortunately caught up towards the end there. Ontario Speedway wants to take a quick second here while our boats are loading up to give another special thanks to our ticket sellers who also helped get the work out there. Bargaritas of Ontario, Oregon, Wishy Washy Laundromat of Boise, Idaho, Wild Lotus Coffee of Homedale, Idaho, Double Diamond Saloon in New Plymouth, and Oles Tavern of Weiser, Idaho. We appreciate your help. This is boat 146A in the water now. Jolly Rogers with the DNF, the 146A boat, sounding like it loses power there towards the end. Ends up on the beach, though, for a quick little photo op as our island hoppers make their way over. So you see as our drivers and navigators are getting out of the boat there, you see all of those safety restraints that they're taking down. So these drivers and navigators are really locked in there just in case they should run into some solid impact. Of course, these guys would be getting flung around all over the place with how fast they're taking these turns. So they're literally strapped in there. The navigator, on the passenger side of the boat, you'll notice them using their left arm throughout the race. What they're doing there, they're directing their driver, and they're doing it with their left arm, not with their right arm at all, for a couple of reasons. One, the left arm obviously is closer to the driver. Two, your right arm, it's on that right-hand side of the boat. Their right arm is actually locked in place inside the boat in the case of an accident, because these are coming at such harsh speeds that in the case of an accident, if they had that right hand free and the boat flips or anything like that, that could be catastrophic for the navigator. So just something to notice when you're seeing these drivers and navigators getting those restraints off, seeing just how many safety precautions are put in place by American Sprint Boat Racing to keep these race teams safe. Our island hoppers, some of the luckiest people on the park that get the chance to cool down in the water every now and then. So they're finishing with their quick little cool down. Our jet ski helping get the Jolly Roger back on land. And we will get back underway here in just a second. Scheduled to come out next in the 400 class is Livewire. As they start to rev up down in the boat launch. Livewire in the 0-2 boat. They've got one clean run in the first round before DNFing in the second round of qualifiers. Matt will be the driver, Vaughn the navigator. And fans, we are a Pepsi event. Pepsi helped Ontario Speedway with our signage too. We have a one-way in and one-way out flow to our event that we talked a bit about earlier. With Pepsi's help, you just follow their signs from the front gate and out the back. Enjoy the Pepsi products being served here throughout this race weekend. Thank you, Pepsi. We appreciate you. Also, Ontario Speedway got a lot of help from and support Schwab as an official ticket seller. All the participating Les Schwab stores for selling the specially priced weekend tickets for both our 2023 Ontario Speedway races. If you haven't yet done so, stop into your local participating Les Schwab store and buy a ticket for the upcoming September 30th weekend. And looks like Livewire is in the water. They're just getting turned around to head out towards the starting line. Some acrobatics from our spotter up here. That was a nice grab. Nice catch. Nice toss down there, too. Here we go. Livewire in their one clean run today ran just under 80 seconds. So they're the best that time. gets back on track. And unfortunately not able to stay on track as it's a DNF. And a member of our Fat Buddy team is Fat Buddy Racing's 22 on their way out. Phil Miller, your driver. Amy Thomason, your navigator. They're coming off a very good run in the second round of qualifiers. They ran a 47.414. That was the top time in the second round of qualifiers for the 400 class. Let's see if they can even beat it right here. And here they go. Folks, is a clean run, and it looks like, yep, it's official 45.504. That's their new best time of the day, and the best time of the day so far in the 400 class. And down in the boat launch, they're still waiting for the 146B boat, the Jolly Roger boat. So with that, they're going to go ahead and have Psycho Racing come out here and put Jolly Roger on the clock. Psycho Racing, they're looking for their first clean run of the day, coming off a couple of DNFs, the first and second round of qualifiers. All right, word coming in, 146 is not running that qualifier, so Psycho Racing is off and running. Psycho Racing looking to get their first clean run of the afternoon. Psycho Racing brings in their first clean run of the day. 54.654, 54.654, the official timing for Psycho Racing's boat 151. Looks like some work being done down on the boat launch to get our next boat out. Hooligans scheduled to be our next boat out. They're boat 711. Hearing some sort of tinny, almost pinging sound coming from there. Tech crews looking at the boat, trying to identify and fix that problem while they're on the clock. All right, so with Hooligans on the clock, Fat Buddy Racing, boat number 9. This is Jesse and Kaylin Miller. They're going to come out and take their third shot at qualifiers. The green flag is up. And here they go. Jesse and Kaylin with a very solid run in the number 9 boat there. It's easily going to be their best run of the day. 50.425. 50.425. So again, as we talked earlier about today, not uncommon to see these boats shave 20, 10, 20, 25 seconds off their time from the beginning of the day to the end of the day. So and this is just the beginning. This is just our qualifiers, folks. Tomorrow, when we're in our 8 cut, our 4 cut, our finals, that's when you're going to really see them open it up. Checking on the time remaining for boat 711. Again, that Hooligans boat on the clock. They were on that 5-minute clock. That's why Fat Buddy jumped in front of them there. Right now, Hooligans the last boat to go in the 400 class before we move on to our unlimited class. And this is boat 96 coming out, and they're off. So folks, this is Stars and Stripes out there running right now in the unlimited class and off to a hot start. And that's going to be a clean run. And look at that time. Official time on that, 45.901. So Stars and Stripes kicking things off in the unlimited class at a 45.901. We moved on to the unlimiteds after the Hooligans not able to get that boat started in time. So our Jeep crews getting those other unlimited boats in the water at this time. And fans, you've seen our safety boats helping out. Our safety watercraft is provided by Edge Performance Sports in Ontario, Oregon. We recognize that Edge is one of the most beloved power sports stores in the Greater Treasure Valley. Give a big shout out to General Manager Chuck Scott and his team over at Edge, and let them know that our race fans appreciate their support. Again, that's Edge Performance Sports right here in Ontario, Oregon. So down in our boat launch, got a little bit of traffic moving around there, boats going in and out. This class, our unlimited class, the smallest class of boats today. But these are the big guns. They're called unlimiteds for a reason. Our next boat scheduled to come out, Jolly Roger, the 39M boat. That's Eric Werner and Keith Brownsberger. They've had a couple of clean runs today. They're on the clock right now, looking to get that boat running, trying to identify any issue that may be going on. They're coming off a really good last clean run, 47.249. Just trying to get their boat up and running for qualifier round 3 here. And fans, Ontario Speedway wants to thank all of the people who helped along the way to get this facility built and set up for race weekend. Wade and Tristan are 2 heroes we want to recognize. Thank you, Wade and Tristan. And Patricia at the front gate, along with the 4-H volunteers. Also, American Sprint Boat Racing team members that made the event possible, and the many, many more that we'd love to thank. And we want everyone to know how much Ontario Speedway appreciates your help. All right, but folks, that's the sound of Bootlegger revving up down at the boat launch. This is boat number 33. It's Ron Gallagher and Josh Reynolds. Seeing what they can do here in the 3rd round of qualifiers. Their best timing today, 68.942. So they're going to try and beat that here in round 3. Just trying to get that boat pushed off the trailer. All All right, looks like Bootlegger is in the water and ready to go. They make their way to the starting line. The green flag is up. And they're off. So Bootlegger with their second clean run of the day, an official time of 69.056. Within milliseconds of their previous time of 68.942. And next out we got Wicked Racing. This is boat number 10, Dan Morrison and Sammy Gustafson. Wicked Racing making their way to the starting line. Green flag slowly is raised as they make their way out, and they're up. Another clean run, a very solid run there from Wicked Racing. 44.914, the official time. That's their best time of the day. Looked like they were cutting it close on one of those last turns there, but able to hold on and come out with a clean run and their best run of the day. They beat their previous time by about a second and a half. The Kiwis are on their way out next. They have the best run of the day so far in the unlimited class, 44.427. This is Chris Monroe and Brent Scamell, boat number 35. So the Kiwis offloaded now, making their way towards the starting line. Again, like we were just saying, they have the best time of the day so far in this class. We'll see here in their third round of qualifiers, are they going to push it and try and beat that 44.427? The green flag is up. And here they go. they're able to hang on for the clean run. We saw their boat kind of grab that island before going around that last little circle there. But they're able to get a 43.195. So yes, they do beat their previous best on the day at 43.195. So that is the top time so far this afternoon, folks. Just two more boats in the unlimited class before we make our way to the finals. A note to pass along in the third round of qualifiers. Jolly Roger's 39M boat not going to be racing in the third round here. So just two boats left. We've got Bad Habit X, that's the 38 boat, piloted by Scott Rapp. Alex Arellano, his navigator. They're looking to make their first clean run of the day, coming off two DNFs in the morning. Green flag is up, and here he goes. All right, so they weren't in the boat launch at first, so I wasn't sure if we were going to have them for our last boat for the round 3 of qualifiers, but I see TNT Racing on the boat launch getting unloaded now for the unlimited class. This is boat 99M. Tim Cummings is your driver. Mike Kurtzy, your navigator. They're looking for their first clean run of the day. Happy to see they made it back to the launch in time. After this run, we're going to move on to our final round of qualifiers for the afternoon. This final round of qualifiers will determine the best times of the day in each class, which will determine who is eligible to race in tomorrow's finals. So that 99M boat, they're on the launch, just trying to get up and rolling. They are on that 5-minute clock, just under 4 minutes now remaining. Now they're revving up down there. Sounds like they're going to be ready in plenty of time. Fans, we've talked a lot about that safety fence that we have today with these high-powered machines. Well, located in Caldwell, Idaho, this team, Western Fence and Landscape Supply, came in big and helped provide Ontario Speedway with the 7-foot-tall, 2,300 linear feet of chain link for the new track. They came through helping provide one of the most important safety features needed in this sport. We once again want to recognize the team at Western Fence Landscape and thank them for their support. And 99M up and running, and they're off. Again, they've had 2 DNFs, so just trying to get a clean run here in this 3rd round of qualifiers. And unfortunately, that's going to be DNF number 3 and headed back towards the starting line, but gets themselves up on the island before passing through that gate. So our island hopper is going to run over and help TNT Racing get that boat off the island. So a DNF to round out our 3rd round of qualifiers. So we're going to head into the 4th round of qualifiers here in just a second, as soon as our island hoppers get the guys at TNT Racing moved off the track. Our island hoppers just clearing a little debris out. All right, so that's going to do it for TNT in the 3rd round of qualifiers here. We're going to move into the modified classes qualifying round. So for the modified class today, here's the deal. We're going to have an 8-cut to start our elimination rounds tomorrow. We've got 9 boats here in the modified class, so 1 boat is not going to make it to the eliminations tomorrow. And fans, as we get ready to hit the final round of qualifiers here, tell you a little bit about our entertainment again coming up tonight. That live band we're going to tell you about. This is the Cliff Miller Band. They're going to have some good old-fashioned country music for you. And they'll be getting things rolling shortly after our final round of qualifiers. So again, you'll want to hang around for that free concert right here at Ontario Speedway. Their guys were out here setting up that stage yesterday, putting up the lights, checking the sound. getting ready to put on a show for you fine folks. So they're looking forward to performing for you after today's qualifying rounds. And then, of course, remember, come back tomorrow, same time, 10 a.m. is when we're going to kick off our elimination rounds with our 8-cut at 10 a.m. So, again, this is our last round of qualifiers, starting off right now with boat 145, Poor Decisions. And they're off. Poor Decisions, look at that, a very solid clean run to kick things off here in the final round of qualifiers. 49.029, that is time by far today. 49.029, their previous best was 58.491, so they shaved almost 10 seconds off that run. What a run by Poor Decisions. Slippery Pickle sliding into the water now. They've been running it right around 61 seconds today. Seeing if they can beat their best time of 61.014. That's what they ran in the last qualifier. The green flag is up. And here they go. And it's going to be their best run today. 60.341, 60.341. So Slippery Pickle coming in with their best time of the day. And again, that's this racing team's just second race in the Slippery Pickle's history. And putting on a good showing today with 3 clean runs out of 4. Revving up now, Bad Idea, number 509B. Levi Lothrop and Micah Reeves. They make their way towards the starting line, the green flag raised. And they're off. 57.350. 57.350 be their best time of the day for the 509B boat. So a solid showing today by Bad Idea. Juggernaut making their way into the water now. Taking a look over times here, looks like Jason and Sam have the best time of the day to this point in the modified class, running on a 48.622 in their last round of qualifiers. Green flag is up, and they punch it. Here they go. This is a very solid racing duo. We saw them tear up the track at Port Angeles a couple of weeks ago, taking home the checkered flag in their class. And with a strong showing today, looking to make their way to tomorrow's 8 cut. Do it again, another clean run, another fast run for the Juggernaut Racing boat, 86, 47.9. So they had their best time before, but now they've even bested it with a 47.995. Fear Not Racing revving up on the ramp now. That's Clint Birch and Terry Lovell. They're looking for their first clean run of the day. They've had 3 DNFs, so Clint and Terry looking at that clean run to make it to tomorrow. And they're off. They got a clean run, hooked pretty hard around that final corner, showing off their boat, coming into the ending there, giving a wave to the fans. So Clint Birch and Terry Lovell of Fear Not Racing run a 51.121, a 51.121, and pose for photos as they make a clean run to round out the 4th round of qualifiers today. Also, nice little splash there, too. Pull them down a bit. So that's got to feel good for the Fear Not. It had been a tough start. 3 DNFs to start the day. Making the 8 cut on the line in qualifier round 4, and they come out and run a solid 51.121.
Well, at least we did it.
Looks like Terry gives a little curtain call down there to the beer gardens. And our guys are going to get that boat out of the water for you.
Where are we going? You caught it. I know, right? Come on, this way,
Thank you.
pull up a hair, hook it, put it at 180. Pull it out. Good job. All right.
So our driver and navigator able to do a couple of quick handshakes down there. Little info about the Fear Not team. Clint's from Molino, Oregon, and Terry from Vancouver, Washington. Clint's retired. Terry is a veterinary assistant. And these guys were 2022 ASB Pro Race Series champions. So looking to have a strong season here in 2023, and definitely a good sign to get that clean run here in this fourth round of qualifiers. Also, Clinton Terry's boat does have some awesome sponsors too. Praise Alleluia, Monty's Racing Engines, Next Level Composites, Amanjid Graphics, and Jeff Halstead Photography. So, while we were able to show off their boat to you fans down there, I figure we'll get awesome sponsors in there for you too. So as Fear Not's boat gets loaded up onto the ramp there, our next boat out is scheduled to be Full Tilt. That's boat 03A. And scratch that, Full Tilt had gotten the DQ. Well, they're down there. They're down there. They're in the middle. 03A had gotten the DQ when they went back through the starting line, so just getting verification on that. Our island hoppers checking to make sure everyone's in position and ready to move on. All right, looks like we're ready to go. So again, the boat I had previously mentioned that was going to come out Full Tilt, that was that one. The 03A version of them had been DQ'd from going back through the starting line. They'll be back out in the 03B version in just a minute here. Right now, though, it's Checkmate making their way to the starting line. This is Checkmate Racing. They've had 3 clean runs today, looking for a 4th. All solid, everything today under 55 seconds. Running between that 49 change to 55 change mark. The green flag is up. And here they go. Going to be a clean run, the 4th consecutive clean run for the Checkmate boat. That's Frank and Kelly Toffmark, 4 clean runs today. So no surprise to see that they were the 2004 Rookie of the Year for USS BH with 4 clean runs in their showing today. And not only did they have 4 clean runs today, but that last one was their best of the day at 49.049. 509A in the water now. This is Bad Idea. Green flag is up. And they're off. Bad Ideas had back-to-back clean runs, looking for a third one here. This powerful boat, a twisted metal race hull, sponsored by Sackwing and Lathrop Aviation, painted by Eric Kuchar. This is not a boat, a paint job on that boat out there. So Earl the Squirrel Lathrop and Levi Lathrop with the clean run. And the official time on that, 56.345 for Lathrop and Lathrop, 56.345 for the Bad Idea 509A boat. O3B is on their way out now. This is Full Tilt Scarlett Taylor and Selden Glebe. They ran a clean run in the third round of qualifiers. They ran a 58 and change, 58.296. Let's see what they can do to wrap things up this afternoon. The green flag is up. And here. With a clean run. Island Hoppers making their way over to help them. They did make the clean run though. Our Island Hoppers have the fire extinguisher. We saw some flames pop up just a bit when they first came up on land there. It is a clean run though. They did make it through the finish line before finding the beach here. So it's a clean run with a time of 58.930, 58.930 for the 03B full tilt boat. Looks like it really dug into the ground there coming out. The force that these boats roll with is unbelievable. As you see our Island Hoppers moving that boat, anybody that's near this area of the track can see all of that dirt, soil that just sticks right onto it. It just peels the ground out there. So, again, these are the reasons that we want you to keep that safe distance at the fence, because these are coming out fast and furious, and not all the time are they able to dig up that much dirt to bring them to a stop. but happy to see the clean run and no injuries. Not every day you see boat track marks on the ground, but here's a rare example here. Is it completely cut out the area of ground by that pool down here. And a nice round of applause for Full Tilt as they make their way back into the boat launch. And that, friends, is going to wrap up the qualifiers for the modified class today. So our top 8 from the modified will kick off tomorrow morning in the finals rounds as they compete for the championship for our second ASB race of the year, brought to you by STIHL. So as Full Tilt gets put back up on their trailer, and as our 400s get ready to come out, let's have one more quick round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, our modified class of boats. Thank you so much for checking them out today. We appreciate your support. Hope to see you back tomorrow when they take each other on for the big prize in our finals rounds. But that is a look at our modified boats. We're going to move on to the 400s. All right, folks, so a note to pass around. A note to pass along for the 400 class in this 4th round of qualifying. Word coming in that the 146 boat will not be racing in the 4th round of qualifying. They are done for the day. That was Jolly Roger Racing's 146 boat. So we won't see them in qualifier round 4, but we will see Pelican Racing starting things off here, and they're off. To start things off here in the 400 class. So after a rough day, a couple of qualifiers they weren't able to get started, then a DNF in the 3rd qualifier when they finally could get started. Here in qualifier round 4, they run a solid 54.088. That's Pelican Racing, boat number 44, running a 54.088. Here's boat 285 making their way out now. This is pure insanity, and they're off. Able to hang on. And it's a clean run. Almost spun out around that last turn, able to hold steady and make the clean run. So 47.321 for Rogers and Keats in the Pure Insanity boat. That's 47.321. All right, engines revving again down in the boat launch as we look to continue on with the 400 class. Bank shot on their way into the water as they make their way to the starting line. The green flag is up. And they're off. Bank shot was having some technical issues in the round where they weren't able to get started, but able to get going here in the fourth. They ran just under 61.5 on both of their runs so far today. Both of their qualifying run seconds. And Healy and Ostom hold on for the clean run. So a clean run by Bank Shot. So 61.735, the official time on that one. One of those unique running days for Bank Shot. All of their times were within tenths of a second of each other. So that just shows you the difference that these milliseconds can make in this sport. So just taking the Bank Shot, for example, their runs today, qualifier 1, a 61.365, qualifier 2, 61.482, and then qualifier 4, 61.735. So all three runs, that they had clean runs, less than a half a second difference in run time. And here is Bad Influence, boat 156, Stephen and Randy Church. Green flag is up, and they are... Is a clean run. What a run. $49.5 clean run for Bad Influence. So after a DNF in their first round of qualifying, they run 3 consecutive clean runs. So a nice day at the office for Stephen and Randy Church. Boat number 27 making their way towards the starting line now. This is Preventing Insanity. They've had 3 clean runs today, and they're off for 4th. And that's going to be a clean run. Throwing up some waves, making that final round there. And it's a 45.912 for Preventing Insanity. 45.91. That is their top time of the day. Jolly Roger Racing up next. This is boat 360, Chris Farmer and Jennifer Farmer. Started the day at just under 66 seconds. A couple of DNFs after that, so looking to improve on that number here in the final qualifier. The green flag is up, and they're off! Again, we've seen some really solid times so far in this 4th qualifier. This Jolly Rogers boat's best time today is at 65.884, so they're going to want to beat that. So far looking solid. That'll work. Clean run. So after a tough couple qualifiers with back-to-back DNFs, Jolly Rogers comes back. Chris and Jennifer with a very solid 50.962. Excuse me, 50.967. Shaving almost more than 15 seconds off their first round qualifier time. – a handful of boats all getting down and ready to go at the launch. Eager to get rolling in this final round of qualifiers. We're a little more than halfway through the final round today, so just a few boats left before we move on to this evening's festivities. Boat 151 in, the green flag is up. And here they go. This is STIHL Racing. They had their first clean run of the day in the last round of qualifiers in under 55 seconds. So showing that they can open it up and get rolling. Seeing if they can even best that here. And watering the lawn along the way. And that's going to be a clean run. .892. That's your official time for the STIHL Racing team of Patrick and Weaver. 54.892. Just a couple boats remaining in our 400 class before we move on to the Unlimiteds to wrap up today's festivities. And fans, thanks again for joining us for day one of 2 of our races. Sprint boat racing still fairly new here in the United States as we work to grow our footprint, and we appreciate you being part of that, working with us along the way as we grow this sport that has been around for around 50 years now, starting in 1973 in New Zealand is where we're able to trace things back to. And things have really been popping off down under with this type of racing. And now as we start to make our footprint in the United States, we're just so happy to have you here with us. These races started off as one-day events where we would do all of our qualifiers, followed by lunch, followed by our finals. But as we've continued to get more teams involved, more people curious, we've broken it up into a 2-day event for you, which we're seeing today. This is just our second time doing this as a 2-day event with our qualifiers on day 1 and our finals on day 2. And again, we're so happy to have you here with us for that. And as a special thank you tonight, on top of our qualifiers, you also are treated to a concert to feel free to stay for after the races. So remember, after our races tonight, stay around, meet and greet your racers and their teams, check out some swag, grab yourself a bite to eat, and enjoy some good old country music right here at Ontario Speedway. All right, as we resume racing, the live wire boat 02 is on its way out. Again, this is Matt Denson driving in the 400 class with Von Trapp, the navigator. They've had one qualifier run so far. They ran a clean run in the first qualifier of 79.555. Let's see what they can do here in round 4. And they're off. pumps his fist, shaving a huge amount off his time. 65.944, a solid run for Livewire. That beats their previous time of 79.555. So a solid run there, shaving 14 seconds off their previous best today. Fat Buddy in the water now. This is the boat 22. As they roll up to the starting line, Phil Miller and Amy Thomason, and they're off. And how about that for a clean run, folks? Take a look at the time up there. .353, 45.353, another solid showing for Fat Buddy Racing's boat number 22. All right, folks, so the Jolly Roger 146B boat is indeed going to go for a fourth qualifier here. This is Brown and Davis, the combo. Brown driving, Davis navigating, and they're off. And the decision to go for a fourth qualifier, a good one for 146B, as they have themselves a clean run. 58.503, 58.503. Boat 711 due up next, the Hooligans. And they're off their trailer and making their way towards the starting line. Couple of clean run, eh? Green flag is up. And here they go. This is our Boise team. Jesse Hart driving, Michelle Heindel, the navigator. Getting hung up, but hanging in there. Still with a chance of that clean run. As the day wraps up, you can see the trouble spots in the islands where they've kind of been eaten away, where they've been caught by these boats. It looks like we've got a loss of power there. They still haven't completely come out of their rotation yet, so our island hopper is approaching them slowly. If they can stay in their rotation and get the boat started, they can still finish the run. So our island hopper is holding off. And that'll be a DNF. So both 7-11 with a DNF there, but they do have a couple of clean runs today. The question is, will it be good enough for them to make it into the final 8? Again, our 8-cut festivities will kick off tomorrow morning. All right, folks, so our hooligans are back safely into the boat launch, and revving up now is Fat Buddy Racing's number 9 boat. This is the Millers. The Millers have done nothing but get better all day today. After starting with a DNF in the first round, they were at a little bit over 54.5 seconds in their second round, 50.425 in the third round. Can they trim even more time off here in the fourth qualifier? Jesse idling their way up to the starting line. The group is up, and they're off. And a DNF, and they knew it. Slow down on the boat there and told the story. Accidentally taking a wrong turn there, and the number 9 boat will coast back in towards the launch. Not to worry for the Canadian team, though, as they do have a top run time for themselves today of 50.425, so they've definitely put together a strong showing when they introduced themselves to them earlier today. All right, folks, so that is going to wrap it up for the qualifiers for the 400 class. So again, the 400 class qualifiers wrapping up right there. The highlight on that round, Preventing Insanity ran a 45.912, or nope, even better, 45.353 came from the Fat Buddy 22 boat. So that was our top run that round. Phil Miller and Amy Thomason. Fans, let's give it up for our 400 class today. All right, thank you so much. And now it's time to move on to the Unlimiteds. Our Unlimiteds are going to wrap up the 4th round of qualifying today. And word coming in from our race controller that tomorrow, when we kick things off, with how close some of our runs have been today, in the amount of boats that we'll have remaining, we're going to squeeze in some final qualifiers in the morning to determine who's going to be involved in the 8 cut. So word coming in that there's going to be a final round of qualifiers in the morning before our 8 cut starts. But before that, we'll wrap up this afternoon with our unlimited class. Our Unlimited Series boats all getting organized down in the boat launch. And before that last round of 400 class, we've been thanking you fans for helping us grow this sport with us, as we're still in the early stages of growing this here in the States. And again, we want to thank our ticket sellers around the area that helped get the word out. That was Bargaritas in Ontario, Wishy Washy Laundromat in Boise, Wild Lotus Coffee in Homedale, Idaho, Double Diamond Saloon in New Plymouth, and Oles Tavern in Weiser, Idaho. So thank you again for helping us get the word out. I had a chance to talk to a couple of our fans earlier during our lunch break. They were telling me the differences they've noticed in the track today compared to when they were here at a race last year. And again, we're just growing the sport, continuing to work on making improvements every day. And let's get started with our Unlimited class. Here are the Stars and Stripes, and they're off. And that's going to be a clean run to start things off here in the Unlimited class. Stars and Stripes with what looks like their best run of the day. And it is 44.708, 44.708. A solid run by the Stars and Stripes in the 96 boat. Here comes the Jolly Roger. The 39M boat making their way towards the starting line. This is Eric Werner and Keith Brownsberger. Their best run today was a 47.249. Seeing if they open it up here and try to beat that. Making their way to the starting line. Green flag is raised by our flagger. And they're off. That is a clean run. And look at the time on that one. I just wanted to wait for the official time to come in before I said anything, but that is indeed correct. 40.561. The Jolly Roger, 40.561 in the 39M boat. All right, green flag is up. And they're off. This is the Bootleggers, boat 33, Bootlegger. Bootlegger's best run today, 68.942. The player team, Ron Gallagher and Josh Reynolds, looking to make their third clean run of the day, if they can just bring it home here. And coming down for the home stretch, and it is a clean run. Time on the board is 69.107, and that will hold up. An update from our previous official time. That previous run, the 39M boat, that 40.561. The reason it looked so particularly fast was it was indeed a fast run, although the stopwatch apparently did cut in and out, so there was a few second delay on there. Still a really solid run, but a correction. That 39M boat is going to have a official run time of 45.561. Again, that's an update to the Jolly Roger 39M boat. And here's Dan Morrison and Sam Gustafson. Wicked Racing's number 10. They've been running fast and loose all day. After a DNF to start things off, they cut things down to 46 seconds, then just under 45. See if they can even beat that here. Dan almost getting caught up on the beach there, but able to hold on. And another solid, clean run. .015, the official time coming down for Wicked Racing's 10 boat. So 3 very solid runs the last 3 qualifiers for Wicked Racing. All between 46.3 and 44.9, so a good round of qualifiers for the number 10 boat. Our next boat out is going to be Kiwis. That's the 35 boat, Chris Monroe and Brent Scamell. They put together some good times today as well. Idling up to the starting line now. The green flag is up. And here they go. Kiwis. A very solid run time, officially 52.915, still very solid by the Kiwi racing team, 52.915. So Bad Habit in the water now, boat 36. Scott and Alex looking for their first clean run of the day here in the final round of qualifiers this afternoon. Green flag is up and they're off. Towards the finish line, and that is going to be a clean run for Bad Habit racing in the 36 boat. 59.692. That's going to wrap up our qualifiers for this afternoon in the unlimited class. Hopefully you were here for the very beginning of it, because the Stars and Stripes led things off here in the fourth qualifier with a 44.708. That's the top time we saw in this round of qualifiers. Fans, let's give it a hand to the unlimited class this afternoon. All right, fans, thanks again so much for joining us for those races today. That, again, was just the qualifiers. So starting things off with some rounds of qualifying for you today. We're also going to have what's called a sponsor ride coming out soon. So our sponsor ride's going to be making their way out. That's when we have someone who may be interested in joining the American Sprint Boat Racing Association, or possible sponsor or new racer that may want to take a ride in the boat, possibly somebody who wants to purchase a boat, doing a ride along with our racers.
All right, folks, that's going to be it for our live stream here from the American Sprint Boat Racing.
All right, so we're going to have a sponsor ride going on.
Okay, we're going to end the broadcast now, folks. Hope you can join in tomorrow. Just go to the YouTube channel, ASBR Pro Racing, or the Facebook page of the same name. And that's it. We're going to end the stream now. We'll see you tomorrow. for the conclusion of the ASBR Pro Racing Series Race 2 from Ontario, Oregon.